Alrighty, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, Royal family. Welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to Crypto TA. A lot has happened over the weekend, and this morning, baby, I wake up and we're at 122. 122. Not like we didn't expect to get here, of course, but we're here over a weekend and false move Monday. So they say. I don't know how false it is during the during this type of sentiment, but let's see what we got going on here. All right, so I did not go live on Saturday. I did put out a little bit of not an update per se, but I did advise on the this is not the setup I want, because we had two this is not the setup I want, and both of those gave returns. But the one I wanted, we never pulled back far enough to get to it. So I did not get to add on a new position with Bitcoin. I could have did it what was it, Saturday? Yeah, I could have did it Saturday. Uh but but I told myself I'm not trading over the weekend anymore. And just to wait until Monday before I get into a trade, or at least the close of Sunday, because I did take another position. I'll tell you guys what that is later. But if you took the this is not the setup I want, then you're in and you're winning right now, because it was this one right here. And we never came back below at all. Got two chances to actually get in on that and to ride that all the way up. So big ups to this is not the setup I want right here. While I'm on the sideline waiting, saying, I want this one. Come here, Bitcoin. Come here. Come hither. Didn't happen. Did not happen for me. All right. So the one that I could have gotten in is this one here, because there was this little triangle here, and I saw that, and I was like, and I saw this, and I expected for it to break to the upside, which it did, but I didn't take this either. So for my second account, I do still have the I don't need that on here anymore. I do still have my long open right now, and I'm doing all right. I am doing all right. So at the moment, only 123. Let me tell you what's hitting though. Our H bar setup is what's hitting. Our entry on our H bar, oh my gosh, up 350% right now. Was a lot more over the weekend. Like, I think that we actually hit our take profit target. I dropped my my take profit. I dropped it because I'm being greedy and I might regret it. But I did drop my take profit on my H bar. And at first I went in and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna set that up for maybe take like 75% out. Then I was like, we're looking way too good for me to want to do any of that. So put this on the one so I can come over here and look at H bar. So yes, we hit our take profit for H bar. And I'm like, ooh, no, it's very beginner friendly. Very, very beginner friendly trade setup using very small, very small capital. So you can sleep well, but don't feel any regrets if you did it like I said, do it, which was just to put 20 bucks in it, 5 exit, and then aiming for a big swing. That's fine. That is okay. So you're getting your toes wet in trading with leverage. You're getting your toes wet in trading with leverage. And that's a better way of doing it, instead of putting in a ton of money and not really being sure. But baby, this thing has done well. So of course, the setup was this. And let me make sure I'm on the right chart too. Actually, see. I need to switch that. I may not be on the right H bar chart. It's this one. It's something else on here I have to share with you too. So it is this one. And of course, this was the trade here. So your capital would have been $20. Your leverage 5x. So you just put $100 on here without having to risk $100. And the entry was 14,511, and the stop loss was 12,4, and you would have lost $13.94. And now you're up. Like you're in the 70s right now. So it did hit the TP, which was for $75.04. So TP was hit on this setup over here for H bar. Here's TP was hit. You can see from here. TP was hit for this. So big ups on Hedera. I used that other one, the other chart, because the other chart has it allows you to do volume, so you can see volume using that. So I will use this one here, the hash graph. I will use that to get the volume, because just this chart alone does not allow you to see volume. Period. No no VRVP, no regular volume candles, any sort of indicators that have volume in it. You would not be able to use those on this chart here. So I typically go here to the graph, and I use the graph chart in order to pull up those details. And it's the same. It is the same. So that's a way around using volume. If you ever need to see that for H bar. But yeah, amazing. So I did state that what the next target was going to be. And I think I said, yeah, aiming for this target here. If altcoins are about to do what I think altcoins are about to do, then I'm aiming for this target next. But I may end up taking some profit out before we get there, because I know I'm being greedy, and greed is never good, right? I know I'm trying to get more out of it because it was such a small amount of money, but it's never good to really do that. But one thing about H bar is when it gets going, it gets going. Boom, 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 boom. Like it's not giving you a chance to get in. And that was what I was trying to find. Like I put out a tweet and it had like 7 different altcoins in there that you could potentially take a long position off of, right? Now, I made sure it said for you to take a long. These were not short setups. It was you looking at the chart, identifying where I had the target at for you to take a long entry, and it required you to do some research because you need to learn. You need to learn and not just have someone, give you all the answers. Okay, so I did a couple of charts. H bar did not come down. It did not come down at all. So it did the 4-hour break. It did the 4-hour break. It came up and it did the back test, and then it came back down. It double bottomed there, and it just completely shot up. So this did not give an entry, which is what I was looking for. Come back down a little bit. It's over the weekend. 4-hour is so extended. Like I am afraid of the 4-hour time frame right now, but nothing is really pulling back. So I don't know, but I know that I am a little bit afraid of the 4-hour time frame for all assets, all of crypto. To be honest with you, for the most part, mostly all. So this did not do it. So I'm gonna take this away now. I like to, keep things organic and then come back and discuss them on the next stream. So no pullback for H bar. In fact, let me make sure you see the post that I did and have a good understanding that everything is about you looking for a long position. because I'm expecting for Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, but the altcoins to, and I have to look at that altcoin chart too. I posted that last night, right before, I think before I went to sleep. I was seeing some orange, and you know how it is when we start seeing that orange. There's a first speck of orange on that weekly time frame. Let me see here. All right, so this was the post, on Saturday, and it was, here are a few altcoins that could potentially offer a long entry if all conditions are met. So I was explaining how some of them have already retraced into the golden pocket after breaking their 4-hour candle low. So that's what you were seeing here. You break the 4-hour candle low, then you start looking for a continuation down to, let's say, the daily retracement into like your golden pocket, 786. And once you break that daily with the closure below, because you have to close below it in order for it to validate anything, then you can look for a move down into the weekly golden pocket retracement. And that will be the official move that you can start looking for that long entry, like just trying to find a way for people to get the best entry into some of the alts. So you can see here, Sui was one that I was looking at, but Sui never actually, yes, it did. Yes, it hit the golden pocket. So it got that 4-hour break. It came down, came back up, retraced into the golden pocket for the rejection. So that's the point where you start looking for a daily break and close below. And if it gave you that, then you would be looking down here to the golden pocket, basically, to the golden pocket. But that would require the daily confirmation. With just the 4-hour alone, you get here into like the golden pocket 786 potentially. This is all you would do with just the 4-hour alone. And then let's see, we had I just showed you this one, which is H bar here, and so it didn't even come close. It didn't even come close. So yeah. And then there was optimism, which at the time, was at the 50% retracement. It was breaking below its 1 day. So I was looking for that to, if it got that daily closure, then it would come down here. If it didn't, then it would just, it wouldn't do any more than the golden pocket. Golden pocket potentially 786. That was OP, which I'm glad we're in the OP position as well with our, is one of our setups. Injective, that was another one. Theta, which I so wanted to be back in. Theta, really wanted to get back into Theta. I should have held on to that one because we took that one. I covered that chart one day on live and jumped into that chart, and then I ended up selling at 70. And boy, Solana was another one, and it was already tapping into its daily. So XRP had not retraced into the golden pocket yet. So yeah, and I think that was the last one. So this one had actually not, it front ran, like it didn't hit the golden pocket here when it came up, and then when you do the measured move from here, it didn't come up and hit the golden pocket. So that's why you see nothing moving through this one. So it needed to have that golden pocket retracement. It only wicked into its 4 hours, so no actual closure. So anywhere you saw one that it didn't have the closure, it had not even validated the 4 hour just yet. So it had a chance to come up into the golden pocket and then look for it to come down. But I could have sworn I had, could have sworn I did. What is this? Nah, I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't post one or two. I mean, I had several others, but I don't know. A little bit of a cool off over here right now. Inside mother candle, mother bar here, inside bars here. Already breaking below this first inside bar here. Break the low. Looking at a potential cool off right now for Biddy on this 1 hour time frame. 4 hour again. 4 hour is really stressing me. Really stressing me. All right, let me get rid of this. Get rid of this. So there may not be a, I don't know. Won't be getting the H bar retracement. I hope not. I hope you won't now, because we looking to go higher. We are looking to go higher. All right, so let's just cover a few of these in here. Let's look back at XRP. So I showed you where XRP was, and then it finally did come up, and it started to correct a little bit, but everything was pretty much respecting the VWAP. So yeah, everything was basically respecting the VWAP. So that's gone now. And I expect for everything to be, yeah, like really, really pumping. Solana's gearing up to look nice. I entered a trade last night on Near. I posted, I like this chart. I like Near. So I like Near on the higher time frame. So it can take a little bit of time to develop. But I did enter in a Near position last night. And we'll get into whether or not that can come back and offer something. Right now, it's only up like 22%. That was XRPZ. Right now, let me drop this. That fib there. And this was just the daily high. So price needed to come back up and reclaim the daily high. So that's what this line right here is for. And it did that. And so it's gone. Actually, let me check something here. And it was this daily high here that it had to reclaim. So, you know, I'm just going to move this up and make sure we're not seeing prices below that today. And I should probably label it, right? All right, so PDH, previous day high. And let me just double check and make sure that is what I'm giving, and that is what I am giving. All right, we're gonna go through. We're almost at the top side of our resistance here. Came close the other day too when we saw this wick here. And once that price point is 302 for XRP, and I think that may have been the last weekly level for XRP. It is, and so then we just have to start looking at what are some other targets for XRP, because that's the last target I have for it. Unless there's something from this weekly close that I can use, that is going to be it for XRP. And let's see, Solana. Solana just did that. Just did it. So Solana, yeah. Solana did no retest. And basically the ones that honestly did no retest are the ones that move much further in to give those entries. Solana just did an SFP. That was it. It did an SFP. So no retest there. And then let me just start from here, getting this stuff off of here. Yes, remove. Why are you here? Oh, 4 hour. I didn't label that one. All right. And reclaim of the daily. Again, like most things, tap into VWAP and then they continue higher. So unlock. Lock. Let me just change my text. And then I need to go in and update the VWAP. You know what? I don't know why I'm doing it on this chart. I know I'm doing it on this chart so we can make sure we see Bitcoin, because I have another tab open for these alts. So Theta, again, same situation. Come in, taps the VWAP, and bounces off of VWAP, where what you're looking for is the loss of VWAP, and then come down here into standard deviation 1, somewhere within here. But golden pocket, honestly, to avoid, structural changes. So golden pocket VWAP is basically what everything has done. Okay. And I went through and I looked at some other things for Theta also, because the monthly time frame. So just looking for when Theta could possibly really shift. I know that when I took the long on Theta, it was based on the weekly time frame, and sometimes I forget what I'm looking at. If I don't put notes in, then I forget everything that I was covering for it. And yeah, that's why I should not have sold it. But I do want to see a closure here on a monthly basis above this candle here. And then next we would do it's one further up. But thus far, Theta has not had a candle closure above the previous high candle. So that's the point of me putting that notation in here. Let me see. No. I don't really care about that. And I'm gonna hide this note in here because we got a long way to go before this is already back below its previous day high. Did this get a momentum candle line? It did. So I'll leave that there. That might be something later. Yeah, already rejecting off of the previous day high. Wow. Wowsy. Let me switch this to it. Never mind. I can leave it on the 1 hour. That's good. Let me see it from a 15-minute perspective. Yeah. A little cool off. Injective never crossed below its previous day low. So None of the sorts from Injective. It did reclaim its daily high there. We'll just keep looking at this one until it actually violates. Then it got a rejection here from the golden pocket, rejection here from the golden pocket. It broke through here, and let's see, we got a momentum line here, trying to hang on to that momentum line, the standard deviation 1 there, and back below the daily. That was that was the previous the previous. So let me just move this. No, that's today's candle, right? Yeah, that's today's candle. So I think it was in the right spot. Yeah, that was the right spot there. So I guess we'll see if we can get a target down here, right? On INJ. Maybe not. And by the time today progresses, it'll probably break through. All right, optimism, another one that's still not strongly invalidated. Close, very close. We'll see. And I think I already updated this one. No, I got to make some changes. But what I don't need any longer is the 4-hour stuff there. I don't know what this other line is for. It's just here. I didn't put in a note, and that is my problem. I did not take notes. So I just have those 3 things to delete. We already know H bar just completely blasted through there. Near is one that I didn't do that with. I didn't do because it was only so many I felt like going through and just kind of looking at. But these 2 lines here I know are just places that I want to see near hold. And so far so good. I think this is like a macro VWAP here, and that may be standard deviation 1 that we have not come above yet. I think that's what this is for near. So let's go through. Let me go to the weekly time frame here. Do this like this. So yes, this is a macro VWAP here, anchor VWAP here, and near has not even come into standard deviation 1. So it's still below standard deviation 1. So I really like near at this point. You don't want it to be too far in the gutter, and you want to know that it's something that's actually going to perform, and near can perform. It can perform. So I just like where near is sitting at right now, and getting above the standard deviation 1 and being able to flip it into support is going to be a big thing, and then getting up here to VWAP here. So this is on the macro. These 2 lines here, this must have come from the daily. Yeah, so I got some daily momentum lines in here, in which I would like to see near be able to hold above. So that is where that came from. And let's see, on the daily too, let me just take that away for a sec. On the daily too, I really like the way, I like the formation of the moving averages. That's another big thing for me. for near. I like it here. And then on the weekly time frame, it's also starting to set up here. So it hasn't been above this 50 in a very long time. It hasn't been above this 50. And it's finally back above this 50. And you're starting to get some curvature here on the faster moving averages. And I mean, you still have some slope here. So want to clear that up. This would be just like how you're looking at standard deviation 1, reclaim of this momentum line right here and break above and continue up. So I really like where near is sitting, which is why I opened up the near position. We'll be watching it for any sort of retracements or anything like that. And again, this was a small capital. I couldn't do the 20 on this. I couldn't. It just wouldn't be right to do 20 on this. So still small capital, just can't do the 20 on it. So maybe more like $100, maybe 50 to $100 is good for this one. I do need to put in the numbers on it to see if that, what sort of return that would give, and where the targets for near are going to be. But that looks really nice. I want to take a look at the EMAs. I like how we're positioned here on the EMAs as well. So, and that actually let me adjust, because there's certain things I don't need. Let me take out the 10 and keep the 26. So I like the posturing on the EMAs right now. That looks pretty decent. And they're all showing the same thing. So you can basically see where you need to reclaim. You have the VWAP that was in here. You have this 26 EMA that's in here. And you also had the 100 period moving average that was in here as well. So getting above here is what we need to see on the weekly time frame, which again will take a little bit of time, but nonetheless, it looks nice. And I think I took a look at QTD as well. Probably first mover bear div. So I am expecting for whatever move we get to see some sort of correction first, and then we'll be able to invalidate bear divs going forward. So just a little bit of time. You can see the accumulation in here. So that's near. It's on our radar. You probably get a much better entry than me. So it's on our radar, and I'll put the numbers in for that. And what capital is reasonable for getting a return, a good enough return, because we're looking for 5 altcoins in total. So it's not just, it's not just the 2, the optimism and the Hedera. We need 3 more, and I think near is going to be a strong pick. So let me hide that again and go back to the 1 hour. Should we wasn't trying to hear none of that noise. Sui never even broke below the daily period. So it's breaking the 786 here. So that's what it just broke, the 786. Okay. And then we can see that it's riding that second band. Right in that second band there. So, I mean, you can ride this band for a while and then you look for a potential rejection off of that. But the way the candles are really choppy in here and there are no swings, I wouldn't touch it right now. You want to see some swings. You don't want to see this here. I mean, I wouldn't be looking for a short anyway. It's not the environment to look for shorts. And let me, what do I have? I don't know what this is about, but I'm going to delete it anyway because I don't know, because I didn't note it. All right. Well, far above the previous daily high. Far above it. I don't think I have to worry about these. Not right now. Let me check this so I can drop this line. It looks like I get to drop this line. I mean, it still doesn't have the perfect formation over here for me, but I'm looking for perfection. It just, yeah, it's a waste of time. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this here. We're just going all the way up. That's it. Yeah, I don't like this. So I don't like the weekly at all, which again, it can also just represent a squeeze. And I have to remind myself of that sometimes, that it can simply just represent a squeeze. I'm going to go ahead and reset this VWAP here. So as the week progresses, it'll start to build more and more details around it. But instead of it being that SD2, it's 1 here. So 1 standard deviation away from VWAP. A multiplier 1. We'll just say multiplier 1 here. One hour. Yeah. Crazy. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I don't know why this line is here. Why is this line here? You know what? I think I just deleted my monthly range. That is why that line was there. Oh my gosh. I have to. Oh wow. I knew I should have never used that color. I'm sorry. I got to. I got to control Z a few times right now. Okay. This is a monthly level. Yeah, this is a monthly level here that I deleted. So my bad. And This is a monthly level as well. It's just the color. I thought that this color was a lot different, and that color is not a lot different. Look just like red. So I should probably start putting notes in on everything. It's just a lot of work. Let me change this color. And then I move this VWAP to that candle. So that next monthly level you can see is at $4.12. Be looking for SUI to get here, see what sort of reaction we get there. We got a minimal reaction here this go round. Minimal reaction here, also at the golden pocket that time. And if we look back just a little bit more here, you can see how we got a nice reaction there and a big rejection off of this line here, and flipped it into support there. I mean, it's a lot of interaction with that line. So the next one we'll be looking at again is going to be here around $4.12 for SUI, and see how it does this time with that level. Ethereum, good job, ETH. Just did a tap into the golden pocket. Maybe slightly missed it a little bit. Yeah, just missed it by $1 or so. Probably not even $1. So let's go ahead and get rid of some things in here. And that a purplified. Reset the VWAP. And so with Ethereum, it looks less likely to get that rejection from here now. Oh, let me delete this. It looks less likely to get this rejection from the golden pocket, but if Bitcoin is going to cool off a little bit in here, just look for a small retracement. Hopefully it can maintain the previous day high. And yeah, I guess this would be the next level to look forward to. Somewhere in here. Actually, I would skip this. Very little volume right in there. Ethereum gets through here, then this would be it right here. Boom, boom, boom. So be looking for Ethereum to come back up to $4,000. Not necessarily this level in here. It could still work, but I would just bypass this. It get past the golden pocket, 786, it'd probably be nothing, in my opinion, and then we'll be looking up here. Yeah, you'll see some ebbs and flows along the way, but if this is based on the higher time frame movement, price movement from the higher time frame, such as the weekly, then you'd be looking at the next weekly level, which is going to be this one here. So you would go from weekly level to weekly level, which is how that would work. This weekly level, I think this right here was for price action coming down, so not necessarily this one here, But sometimes you can flip resistance into or previous support into resistance. It didn't do that here. It still helped maintain this as a support level. So it broke through, it came back, retested that weekly level there, and pushed through to this one here where we saw a little bit of a minor reaction, but we'll see what, I mean, not, you can't really see it from the weekly time frame, but you go down and you can see a little bit of reaction in here, which again, this is also probably going to end up being a support level. So I would look for price to just come here. So from here up to here is what we're looking at. And if we bounce anywhere, this will probably be a support level at some point. Maybe come up here like it did over here, come back test this level, and then push up. So nice Ethereum chart right now, and I'm not, I feel some kind of way about Ethereum's performance a little bit, not Ethereum itself. And Vitap's a very, very, very intelligent man. And it could just be that people are just trying to accumulate as much of a ton of it. That could be the thing. That could be the thing. Undo was another one. VWAP bounce. Let me just hit that delete button and make my life easier. Okay, I'll zoom in to see what this is supposed to represent here because we are reacting at it. Let's go daily first. Find our daily high. Move that into there and move our VWAP to there. Okay, so I have this marked out as the current level of weekly resistance to flip. So that is what that is there for. And then we can see how we're getting that reaction off of that. This here. And this is 95 for Undo. So if we can make our way past that, then we would be looking so close right here. Potentially this weekly level here, but we'll stick to the purple box up here. So $1.08 could offer some hindrance, and then we have the golden pocket that's all the way up here. Undo, I was looking at Undo's chart. Of course, I was looking at Undo's chart. I just sound crazy right now. Hold on, let me just check back on this daily. What was it? See, that's nice. Yeah. Nice Undo. If we can get in on a pullback, that would be great. If we can get in on a pullback. So potentially, come back and retest this momentum. Yeah, that's a momentum line there. So potentially come back and retest it. So got the breakdown, got the reclaim here. Let me take this away. I love the moving averages there. That looks nice. Got the breakdown and reclaim here. So a back test here would be really nice. And that's pretty close to this 82.67. But if we can back test this line here and hold it, then this would be a good entry point for Ondo. How fast will that happen? That's going to be the thing, because otherwise it'll just move up much higher, and then we just have to look at a later entry. So near and Ondo, that's two more. I need one more, but this chart looks nice. It's a nice contender for the long. It's a really good contender, to be honest with you. Yeah, really good contender. Ondo. I love the chart. I love the chart a lot. Let's see. I think cost was like the closest thing to an entry. Was cost. Yeah, because it almost tapped down into this golden pocket perfectly, which, you know, a lot more people would have jumped in on this. I'm sure of it, of longing it. It just, I hate how sometimes price action would just front run a psychological level, but it happens. Happens all the time. Because this was about the highs and not the GP. So it was about these highs over here. Still underperforming a little here. I don't think I need to title them anymore. It's embedded in my brain now. What this is. I think this might still be a little bit of an issue. This line is drawn off of the QTD. So just drawing off of the QTD to show where the momentum shifts on COSPA for the breakup instead of me putting it on the actual price action. I don't think I could get a good drawing out of the price action, so I put it on the QTD, which is what I prefer to do most of the time anyway, and look for the break from here. So that has happened. Probably want to switch just now to look for the breakdown or retracement. I want to say breakdown. But some sort of retracement coming off the backs of this. And I'll do it like that. And let me just double check. Double check. Okay, just wanted to make sure the line was good enough. This, and I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. Just want to turn this off. That line is still gonna be there, just so you know. Now let me just look at look like in here. So you can push much higher to clear this up. You don't always have to pull back to clear it up. Typically, it would be something that you would, correct to the downside. But really nice firm 50 there in red. Mm, not necessarily the best. Not the best performance from cost, but still a great project. Let's just move VWAP. Mm. I have some fears on this one right now. So I'm gonna do it like that and just cover the top and the bottom. At the moment, don't want to see this here get taken, that's for sure. Let's see this from a 1 hour. I wouldn't consider cost right now. Not for the beginners. Not even for myself looking for entry right now. But at some point, I'm pretty sure that it will start to look nice. I think that's where I left things off. I didn't put any tools on any of the rest of this. I just need to move VWAP and things like that. Jeez. I mean, previous. Oh, this is weekly. About to say, like, previous was all the way up there. How did that happen? So it looks like everything could be losing the previous daily high. So we could open, finish out today. Nah, actually start today out much lower and then see what the stock market is doing. Stock market could be preparing to gap down or something like that. Oh, I did one on Aptos. It came pretty close to the offering an entry. The entry that I was looking for, which I think I moved it up here because I like it. I think I like Aptos chart. These moving averages right here, the one that really lets me know if I like something or not. I don't really like where this 100 is, but you can see how sometimes she just didn't, the 100 wasn't even present for a very, very, very long time, so it doesn't really matter. But when it does this, where that red is underneath price action, when it's like this, I like it. So if I just took this green one away, then this is a nice chart. Been wrestling with this momentum line here on the weekly time frame, but could be potentially reclaiming. You see how it wrestled with that one. It couldn't reclaim it. It never came back up and took that one. So it's now in a really nice position. I like this. That held there. This is the setup you want to see, just like you see it there. And if you could draw a line over here, if you could finish this out, that is the same thing you saw over here as well. So Aptos could be a very strong contender. It is. In fact, it is. I like it. So near Undo and Apto. I guess I'm saying it right. Aptos. Yeah. That looks freaking fantastic. Love it. I love it. This is the one. This is the one. On a weekly, this is the one. Did I move that PWAP? I think I did. I need a pullback. I can't get into it without that. Aerodrome is hitting one of the resistance levels here. Should probably spread these out a little bit at this point. Yeah, I can pull them out to there. And this was the one before. Well, let me delete this stuff in here. I don't think it comes back this far. We'll see, but it is hitting the weekly level right here. I just don't have it the way I usually do the blue. This was just a little easier, or just a different way of me doing it this time, but it's a perfect tap. That low 66. Um, I'm just trying to think about how I feel about Aerodrome. It's a good performer. It's been wrestling right here, getting past this resistance, obviously. A weekly closure above here, and then we'd be looking at since it's wrestling so much here, it may have an issue here. It may flip this previous support level into resistance, coming back into it. So that's $1.06. But once it gets past this level here, then it has a pretty smooth ride up. But right now, 87 is a struggle for it. And it's been what? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks in a row. It has not been able to get above that 87. So this is week 5 here. So do want to see a closure above here. You can see it's managed to wick it. I do want to see a closure above it. Projection. Yeah, this would be the moment that it would need to break it, because it came up, it got an aggressive rejection there for this little pullback here, and now a push back into it. Don't want to lose this low here either, which is at 66.5. So this is this previous week. Previous week low. So I'll do it like that. I don't know if I like the structure, but I do like the fact that, it has these swings in here. Go daily. Daily above the 200. But yeah, closing in there. I don't know, it's not my favorite. It's definitely not my favorite chart. But it looks like it will end up breaking here, and then going up to that 106, was it, that I mentioned? So taking out this peak here. But it's not the best performing. I may have been looking for a pullback or something to here. AVAX looks nice. I looked at that earlier. That looked nice. SCP, PIT, Duke. I'm not going to get into those. DOT. I will get into DOT. Because I think DOT has a pretty good looking chart. I know it has been a struggle, but I think it had a nice chart. This is the macro resistance line here. So this one you're looking at right now coming down. Actually, let me take us on a weekly. So that's this one. I need to stretch these out. And let me move this to here. But you had this mini trend line here. And then you have a more macro one that goes back to January. And so that's what we're seeing price. That's what we're seeing price hit right now. Let me just stretch these out. So um dot clearing this on the weekly, yeah, we'll get some nice swings out of polka dot. I think the polka dot chart looks good on the weekly. What was I looking at? I know I looked at I know I looked here. This is okay. This could look a little bit better. It really could. Um, but it is more in sync with this point over here than it was over here. Like this was too far away. Like you're having to run up to it. That's not the one. That's not how you want to see it. You want to see that 50 slope down into it. Like you want to see it dig all the way down into it, basically underneath it. You like to see it scoop like an ice cream scoop. You want to see it do that. So I think that dot looks pretty decent. It hasn't put in a higher low yet, but I like that. Let's see where else we can look at that. So how it rolls all the way down, just like over here, how it had to push up into it. No, that's typically a rejection. I wouldn't touch that. But when that 50 pulls down into it like that, that's a go. And I can drop that 50 off, that 100 off it there. I do still struggle with the 100, but yeah, you get above that in here. Right now, I would let this break. I will let this attempt to push higher and then look for a rejection and then an entry, because it still does need to put in a higher low. But nonetheless, I think polka dot chart has a strong chance from here. From this point, it has a really strong chance. So maybe we come up to about 478 for rejection and put in that higher low and then attack this level over here to come up higher. But yeah, if you're somebody who scooped it up down here, you know, you're ballsy. You're very ballsy. It'd be nice to get some positive light shining on dot once again. I didn't slide this one over. Yep, so once dot manages to get past here, 478, be looking for 478. Get above this little peak right here. I mean, it's changed market structure on lower time frames, but nothing so far on the higher. Maybe here. Yeah. I can feel very positive about that. Very positive about that. Link. I don't think I went through link. I know I haven't mapped link out. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have anything mapped out for link. I mean, off the rip, you can already see, but the way I like to do my levels, this isn't it. I don't just look at the pivot points. Nice high or low. If I had to give some critique on it, It's going to reject. I don't like any of this. I mean, I like this part, but I don't like any of this. So right now it's sniffing out the 100, and then you have the 50 right there. So yeah, um, perhaps it comes up and takes out this wick here, which would be the start of a nice setup, and maybe bing bong around in here a little bit more on the weekly time frame before it does get that push up. I mean, if I just looked at this part right here alone, I would say that you do have a higher low. That's one. That's one plus. You are above the 50. That's another plus. Um, this didn't manage to be an issue here when it got the pump. So maybe just focus on. Maybe I just take this out and don't let that deter me. But yeah, if I just focus on these three here, then I would say that looks nice. Focus on the market structure. I would say that's nice too. So you never came below this low here, and currently didn't come below this low. So overall, it's a nice looking chart. Possibly come up and get stopped out somewhere around here. If you can get that. Yeah, so that's the 786. Yeah, you probably, like I was just saying, you probably get stopped out somewhere in here, potentially. This looks like it's about to get taken though. So it takes out this level right here, maybe rejects at the 50% for starters, and then gives another higher low for an entry into it. So let's just project. And I'm just projecting. Nah, maybe it does this first. Mm, 50. I'm gonna go with 50. Naturally, I was gonna say I would be looking for this momentum line right here to hold. It's pretty close to where this low is already. You can see it struggled a little bit trying to reclaim through here. Just wanted to see. Yeah, that looks about right. I wouldn't expect for this low to get taken. Once altcoin season gets going, though, then I know everyone will be looking for this high to be taken, and that more than likely could be the thing for that low to get taken. It's a 3-to-1. So maybe if beforehand it comes back and it breaks down into here, then I would look back at it. And if it breaks down into here, then I would be looking for this point over here to hold. So it would look a little bit more like, nah, that's too low. It'll look a little bit more like that. So I'll check back in on Link. But yeah, it's still a good looking chart. Total, because I was talking about this yesterday. So the big confluence for total, for the total chart is your RSI squeeze, which you can already see that RSI has broken above the yellow signal line here. So RSI squeeze is a big thing. You got the initial point of potential reversal here, where we're showing that there was going to be a squeeze on the selling pressure here, and you started to get the move up, a small correction. Never went deep into the green. Yesterday when I looked at it, I noticed that it had the first green histogram bar here, which is how it typically starts out for the big pushes here for total 2. Same thing over here. You have the RSI squeeze, and the RSI squeeze is simply when the RSI is sitting in between 2 signal lines. So it was sitting in between the blue and sitting in between the yellow. This takes place first or second. You already see your cool off phase comes in. So squeeze on bears. That happened there, and then the squeeze on the RSI. The RSI sitting in the pocket here waiting to break up. Then that happens, and then you get your first green bar, and after you get your first green bar, then the rest is just, you know, skyscrapers. Okay. Same situation here. RSI sitting in the pocket here waiting for that breakout. You get that breakout here. You get your first dark green histogram based on that, and then you get your push up, and eventually your cool off in that. So also looked at it using the QTD. You can see that too. So I figured we were going to get that break. We were sitting so close to this point right here where we would actually break, and then you start get your momentum line and your orange here. Same thing happened over here. You got your first orange here. So if I do, let's see, this here. So where the white line breaks the top side of the dynamic cloud, that is where that happens. So you get your orange, and then you get your rally. You get your orange, and then you get your rally. You got your orange now. So we're looking for this to really push up and beyond here. And we could do something like this. Did I move something? I did. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. In fact, let me just see what was happening down here. So, broadening formation. Let me solidify this. Lock that in. Because besides those few little circles and shadow boxes I did, I really had not looked at too much over here on this chart. So we can see that it does have a broadening formation on it. Would be looking for total 2. to make a move all the way back up here to the top side here. So we could get a nice strong altcoin season. We can get a really nice strong altcoin season if we just get back up here to the top side of this trend line. And probably got that down here. Lock this in place. Stock market did the same thing where it had a macro lower trend line just like this, and it eventually it broke and then it recovered back inside of it. So it's doing nothing different than the stock market did as well. So yeah, this is the start right here, like of the explosion of the explosion is what I would say. I mean, it can fail, anything can fail, but right now that looks amazing. That looks really, really good. So yeah, you basically you want to be looking for your loans for alts. You want to be looking for your loans. I'm gonna lock this and hide these. So then if we take a look at, I didn't have it over here, so I was looking at it from another chart. Let's go with the Bollinger. This one. Now, I was sharing that this squeeze here was not the tightest squeeze that I'd seen before, but nonetheless, it is still, you can see the constriction that was here, and you can see how now we're trying to expand it. So that's the other thing too. So you got your first green bar here, looking for that expansion. First green bar here, looking for that expansion. First green bar over here. So looking for that continued expansion as prices now pushing outside of standard deviation 2. So that squeeze as well, and all of this ties into that same thing that I was showing with the QTD. So you get your RSI squeeze, you see your Bollinger squeeze, and you're looking for that break to the upside. First green bar, you get your RSI squeeze, you got your Bollinger squeeze, you got your first green bar, and you run up, you get your RSI squeeze, and you have your Bollinger squeeze, and you have your first green bar right here. So, yay. First green histogram down here. Then you get that nice move up. So, yeah. Total looks really nice. Really nice. We are here. In fact, I need to just hide that line there. I need to share this. And then I need to get back into Bitcoin. I do want to see a cool off on that 4 hour before I start looking for another entry for Bitcoin. This just a 4 hour is, I mean, I know that we're super bullish and all that good stuff. Have some breakfast here I need to eat as well. Um, but before I start looking for the long, which is just going to pop back up right here, could double top. I want to see a little bit of cool off on the 4 hour. So I'm going to allow the 4 hour time frame to cool off. And then once we start to see that, we can start looking for the next, another entry for anyone who's looking to participate safely. This is not financial advice. Setups can fail, and they will. We shall not be deterred from looking for it. Okay. It's another thing over here. So on the 4 hour time frame, we're diverging. I don't think we have any bear div up here on this. So no. It's actually it invalidated any sort of a bear div that was there. What am I looking for? I have no idea. No bear div on QTD either. Bear div on money flow, I believe it was. Remove that. That's in here. So yeah, bear div on money flow, and this is typically where price starts to turn down when money flow gets into this point here. So I just plotted 2 lines to represent where I typically see price action retrace a bit. On the 4 hour, you know, sometimes it's up. I have it down here at the bottom. So those are strong places for entries there. It's up. And then this was down. So basically right now we're pretty much looking like we looked over here where there were certain indications that, you know, we could be seeing a little bit of a correction here off the 4 hour time frame, but we managed to hold and I don't know, we not hold, but we managed to push a bit higher. Over here you can see the bear div. Here you don't see any bearish divergence over here because that was invalidated, but nonetheless not the same money flow at this time. So once we get that cool off, we can look for it to come back into this green box, whatever this box is, this top box right here. We'll look for price to come back into this top box right here, which is about 117, 118, something like that. Look for this to hold that support and then look for a continuation up. And if we're playing out the measured move again from that daily time frame or weekly, monthly, that range, that measured range breakout is to 130,000. So that's what we would be looking for. So that's basically getting back up here. Let me go over to the 4 hour and let me see. No, it's not on my 4. It must be on my this is strong. It's not this chart though. So this is what we would be looking for. So target here between 130 and let's just say if it was to happen today, it'd be 130 and 134. That is what we will be looking for Bitcoin to come back into this top line here, the ascending broadening top formation, and pretty bullish if we do break the top side here. But if we reclaim, then, you know, not so much, because sometimes you will take liquidity. So there's liquidity along this demand line here that is up for grabs. So 130, 134. That's what we'll be looking for. There are a couple of things that I look at here as well, but this looks pretty good. We'll see how we do once we get here, once we get to this top side here, because this can continue to extend. So right now the target from the range is 130, and then we'll see where we end up tapping into the top side of this ascending broadening top formation. And let me take a look here at CoinGlass and see what we have going on here. Let me refresh a few more times. I kept trying to refresh it last night, but I wasn't getting all the data. All right, so we're just really choppy until market opens. Take a look at this. And you can see, just really a lot of indecision happening right now with Bitcoin. This is where I was saying last night or yesterday when I tweeted and I stated that all of the shorts piling in are only fueling the price higher. Only fueling the price higher. So it's incentive for market makers to continue to go higher because there's that liquidity for them to obtain. And so that's what we were getting. But yeah, just a lot of indecision at this point is what I'm saying. As price continues to grind higher here for Bitcoin. My mouse is starting to freeze up on me. The only thing that was here to go off of yeah, my mouse is really freezing up. If the screen blacks out, I apologize. It's being funky this morning. We've gone several days without this happening, but it is being absolutely funky this morning. So I apologize for the interruption. And hopefully it comes back. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay, so I was going to say over here, now that it's allowed me to interact, and this was basically what you had over here. So you can see like this little slice of pizza right here, and then this liquidity that's sitting here. liquidity grabbed from that little point there, and then you'd be looking for it to continue up. But like I said, we're waiting for a cool off on the 4 hour before we get interested in trying to find a new long entry, because I need one too. I just didn't want to do it over the weekend. And I just need to All right, just tweeting out something. Let me take a look at X over here. Pretty silent this morning. Very silent. Oh, excuse me. My breakfast is basically the same every morning. About 2 to 3 slices of turkey bacon, the extremely low sodium one, because they have that. And sometimes boiled egg, a boiled egg, and sometimes scrambled egg with cheese. And if not cheese, then I don't know. This isn't the cooking channel, right? I'm just making conversation. So again, just waiting. Want to see it 4 hour. Want to see the 4 hour cool off just a little bit before I start looking for a long position. It doesn't matter to me if I have to get it higher, but I just know that I don't. Yeah, I doubt that I would have to get higher, but I don't like I don't like how overextended we are right now. And that can change once market opens. That can most certainly change. So we know we're loving Bitcoin right now. Let me take a look here. See what pre-market is looking like. All right. So that's gonna be the better choice right now. All right, so EXC Expand Energy Corporation. All right, so basically looks the same. We did get this break above this demand line here, descending demand line here. Pre-market 105, so just still struggling a little bit here around this weekly range. We lost a level that I felt was critical for price action to hold, which was the 110. I take a look at it here on the 4 hour time frame. I mean, 1 hour you can see a little bit of the bear div. So let me just talk about that. A little bit of a bear div here as we were coming down there. But when you look at the RSI, you know, we did have the bullish divvy here all across the low here. So I think it goes about like right there now. So yeah, you see the bullish divergence down here. So naturally when we're doing this, not actually seeing a swing, just a lot of chop, 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 chop. You try to come up and you're coming up really slow, you're going to get that bearish divergence. So that's to be expected. Starting to look more decent here on the 4 hour RSI. Would like to see this yellow signal line just swoop down a little bit more, but nonetheless, we could still continue to range in here sideways. So now it's just all about holding this 4 hour range here, or this weekly range here, which is all the way down to 102. I am still holding this one. I don't know, just looking out a little bit further into the future, I will determine if I need to cut it. But right now, I'm still looking to get that squeeze on the sellers, the bearish sentiment, the squeeze on the bears. At some point, it will fall through. It will fall through, even if it just puts me back to a place where I break even. But this is about making money and not breaking even. But I don't want to lose any either. So we'll see. EXE starting to look a little better. Just need to give it a little bit of time. Not a fan favorite here from the daily time frame, but it is showing that maybe some selling could cool off here. I like the wicks on the lows down here. And right now they're just wicks until they give me something better. They're just wicks. Okay. And back inside of the dynamic cloud, though, I do appreciate that. It's never really fun when you're outside. So that's that. And I do a walk back now, starting from this time frame. Extend this over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So this level here, this range is between 59 and 52. Tempest is attempting to hold here, more downside by the looks of the daily time frame. So we break this range here. Then our next range down is going to be 46 to 42 for Tempest. So not really looking the best over here. Double top. Could be coming down more. And I did mention this, that if we were unable to reclaim, so right now we are below that 58.31 again, and failure to do so could mean a 60% further, 30% further correction down for Tempest. So typically ranging between this top purple box here and this lower purple box. So we'll be looking for price to come back down into here. I had a trend line for this also. Don't know if I still, let's see. No. um I had one. Might have been something like this. It may have been something like this. I need to include this touch right here. So yeah, just be looking for Tempest to come back down here. At this point, that's what it looks like. So just basically a range between this top and this lower portion here. So that's what I would be looking for Tempest. Not really looking the best. Let me go 4 hour. Yeah. 4 hour looks a lot more decent. And whatever was happening over here on the 1 hour time frame is just not delivering at this point. We just keep getting these momentum lines for a breakdown and not a push up. Managed to reclaim this one at that point, reclaim this one and reclaim this one, and did this one, and this just wasn't able to hold it. So bears are very much in control of Tempest at the moment. We'll look back at when that changes. I would just be a little bit careful if you are in it and you're not in it from the lows. In terms of a long position, I don't even know that I want to accumulate right now. But that is okay. So Palantir, pre-market 141. I am sitting around here waiting for this clean break lower here on Palantir. Maybe just come back down here to this 135.96 potentially. Potentially 135.96. Tap this line again, maybe. But somewhere back in this vicinity right here, I would be looking for a pullback on Palantir. Nice hold of the nice hold here on the RSI. A bit of a cloud cover here. So we're looking at it back here, and we did see the momentum start to shift a little bit in here. A quick reclaim and continuation up. But it happened with bearish divergence. So that's one thing. It did happen with the bear div. So we lose this, and I would be looking for price to come back to about 135.96 for Palantir. We fast forward through, just look at some other things. Yeah, could most certainly be a rejection point. Just looking here, the chop in here. So just another pullback point here for Palantir. Could be in the cards right here. Could very much be in the cards right here. Double tap rejection here, the dynamic cloud there. So yeah. Everything depends on how we look when the market opens. If we'll get that pullback down to around 135 for Palantir. Sound pre-market 1124, so a bit of a correction here for Sound, but it was overdue. Still feeling very confident on Sound. Yeah, I'm still feeling very confident on it, even with this little pullback here. Still looking forward to get up here into $20 range. I'm still looking for that. So we're coming into a place where we want to see price action hold. So between this 1167 and that 1045, no, 1067, my bad. So between this 1060, about 1067 and 1045 is where I would like to see Tempest hold, pre-market 1125. So if we do get a continued move down, that is what I want to see, and then see us be able to bounce away from there. If not a reversal once the market opens, We've already covered Palantir. I may have covered Sound, and I'm not sure. Let's skip right past it. All right, so coin is doing something that I was expecting that I did mention as a probability. I wanted the lower high, but I did mention this as a probability. This is actually the first probability I mentioned was a double tap up. So you had the first one, and then the second one would be into the ascending trend line here, which you can see. Unsqueeze. So a move back up here for this tap here, as we do have the bearish divvies on the lower time frame, not here on the higher time frame. So that's a plus. And then we'll see if we can get that correction. In fact, let me see. I probably really need to wait until market opens, but let me just check back on what we have here. No. We'll see what this is looking like, because if this time, if we're not going to reject this time like we did before, like we come up, price comes back in, so you get two taps. You get two taps and the rejection. So if we're just gonna blast through here, then I would expect for us to break out. This is wedging, and this is broadening. So price action is broadening. The indicator formation is wedging, which could indicate that we break this time, and coin is no longer trading within this pattern, this broadening pattern here. Which bummer, because I wanted to add on to this position, and it just never met the criteria for me to want to add more into it. So I just have to go with what I have for it. Let me check on Bitcoin real quick as I run my mouth. Okay. So we could be getting our 4-hour cool off on Biddy. So yeah, coin. We'll see. We'll see if we reject here, if we're just ready to blast way higher. Way higher. And then we'll find what that looks like on the chart, what we could be targeting. So that's the quick on coin AMD. Pre-market 145. I just have to zoom out on this one a little bit. Okay. So we're holding rather nicely here. We have our next target up here. It's possibly that 169 and not the 159. Yeah. I mean, beautiful, man. Beautiful rounding bottom formation there too. I mean, V shape here, but when we're looking at it on the lower, you just see this nice round bottom. But these are beautiful. These are very beautiful. Got our momentum line going on over here on the weekly time frame. We'll be looking to see if we get any sort of shift in the momentum here on the weekly, which so far so good. There's also, let's see here. I mean, we can take our time with AMD at this point. I do see a bullish target, very nice target of 300 if we can get there. The AMD is looking really nice and strong at the moment. A little bit of a bear div. I did forget about that. So yeah, a little bit of a bear div over here on the weekly time frame. Ouch. Now that hurts, which is why I am also looking for this momentum break here for when I may be interested in adding to the AMD position. So this is just something that's going to take a while, but yeah, definitely do have the bear div here on the QTD on the weekly time frame. So that is a big deal. TTD pre-market 75.82 continuing to hold strong at the moment. Just trying to make our way through further away from. It's nice to see that we are outside of this weekly range now. It was bugging a little bit. Can see it better on some of the lower time frames, but nonetheless, this looks really nice in my opinion here, and I would be looking for 88 as the next target for TTD. Still continuing to look pretty decent. I like that. Tesla pre-market 317. I've said many times that I like Tesla's daily chart. I like Tesla's daily chart. There are some charts on Tesla, like the 4-hour, that I really wasn't feeling, but I like Tesla's daily chart. I love when I see the dynamic cloud drop and price action be able to rise up above it. I always like that. So, and then this is narrowing in. It's starting to flatten out a bit now. And this is always a nice indication of some underlying strength. And that is exactly what Tesla is showing, some underlying strength. RSI could look a little better here, but nonetheless, really nice chart for the daily. Got a little work to do, but again, I like the daily. It was the 4-hour that was giving me a little bit a hang up, but I've seen this so many times now in the with the stock market, and yeah, somehow the stock market doesn't care about that. Doesn't care about it a lot of the time. So yeah, RSI looks better here on the 4-hour. Now QTD is showing bear div. So just be aware of that for Tesla. But otherwise, yeah, I like it. Pre-market 209 for Apple. Cloud cover here as well. We were talking about the potential cool off on Apple, and so that's been playing out since back here. It's been playing out. Could be potentially preparing to reverse that again and go back up. So you're shorting it, just be aware of that. Potentially it could be preparing to continue up. And I am looking for 221 to 231 as a target for Apple. We'll see how we do when the market actually opens. It's a lot different than the crypto space, definitely. And I'm still looking for a cool off here on Hood. You got a small one, and you can see we got a small one. We're so deep in the green that at this point right now, it is simply just, small corrections and then continuations up. A little bit of a rejection here off of the RSI, but we could range for a while before we actually see a genuine correction. I am looking for price to hold around that 85.49 right now. If we do get that move down, that is what I'm looking for it to hold, or potentially return to 85.49. I think some of the key takeaways, and I thought I had notes in here and I don't. No, I don't have any notes. I think one of the key takeaways is it tends to respect the 26 EMA. So with that said, if I just, let me turn that off and let me just look here. So I think that is what I have in place here is the 26. So maybe we don't even see this right now. It could be more of a situation where it comes relatively close. So maybe this momentum line here, and this is 91.75. So maybe just, let's see, we'll do it like this as a potential retracement. I'm not going to put it on the momentum line. We'll say somewhere between that and where that momentum line is, but let's just go with 93.60 for potential retracement on Robinhood. All right, circle. I need to put this on a 1 hour time frame. So that looks about right. How about that? That looks about right. All right, let me take that away. All right, circle. I mentioned it all the way back here. Yeah, we were back here when I mentioned circle, and I said, hey, be careful if you're in circle. The dynamic cloud is rising, and that's typically bearish. Circle is still very heavily tied to the crypto space. So yeah, I was like that's typically bearish. So be careful if you are, getting long. A lot of eyes are on it. They feel like it's overvalued. They want to drive this price down. They want to drive Circle's price down. So just be a little bit careful is what I was saying. And when I turn on the QTD, you can see what I was looking at. And I was saying that the dynamic cloud is rising. So to be careful. It wasn't a good rise. But we were looking for price to come in somewhere between this 198 and 223 anyway, because there's a nice volume area right in here. So rejection right now. We'll see how it does from this point. It seems to like to get some sort of a turnaround in blue. Haven't seen any green yet. still above the value line here. But again, and I'll just keep repeating it, I'm willing to pick up if we were to come somewhere in here, or if we were to come somewhere in here. I mean, you did great if you got in, I don't know, what was it, $30 or something like that. If you got in at those sort of levels, 30, 60, whatever. Um, Impressive move from Circle. But it would have to come down genuinely enough for me to want to entertain the idea of it. I'm starting to lose my voice already. Already. All right, continuing to fall here for Centene. So CNC continuing to stumble. I would be interested in acquiring a CNC position once it gets a little closer to the dynamic cloud. So I would like for the cloud to drop close enough to price action in order for me to get interested. But as much as I can say, like at this price point, it's a great place to buy. It could continue to give great price points. So patience is something that's going to be needed for CNC. Rivian, right now, pre-market 1283. Let's see, 1262. A break and reclaim potentially. And if that's not the move, then it just comes back down here and revisits this demand line here, which that's basically what it's been doing, ranging between the lower demand line and the top demand line here. So if we lose this zone here, and we just continue to take out lows, then that is what we'd be looking for down here. Continuing to reject from the point of control, more than likely Rivian. But nonetheless, I think this is going to end up being a good one. I have not taken a position on this yet. I'm just watching it to see when I think it's going to perform its best. And so far, I'm not getting that. So let me turn this off again here. No, point of control has moved. Let me go weekly. Okay, so no, it is here. It is in here. So on the weekly, the point of control is in here. So in box one for Rivian. So right now you have this range again, like I was mentioning, here to here to here to here, and potentially back to here. So making higher lows for sure, just not making the higher highs. So no change of no breaker structure yet here for the weekly time frame. Would love to see that. Maybe we finally hold a low. Maybe it comes up and takes out this point here, and yeah, then everyone can get bullish and change their mind. I don't know. If it comes back down here to this demand line, I will buy. I will buy off of this demand line. But right now, I'm not interested in buying. I'm watching it, and if I can get it here at the demand line, then I'll pick up on the demand line with the expectation that it will hold. Maybe they decide they want to take liquidity and reclaim the demand line, and then I'll be looking for a push up here the same way they took liquidity from here. So that's Rivian. Pony AI. Let's see. Pull out 4. Just still within this general range here. And just let me expand these. So just still holding within this general range here. As we are working our way lower, let me just take a look at this. If we're going lower, then I would just be looking here at this next solid zone here. And then once we get in here around $10 and $8.56, then I can start to assess like more the direction. Because right now we're just going sideways. Just sideways within this range here. I would be looking for prices to come lower based on this dynamic scale here. But yeah, right now we're just sideways. I do have some pony, and I will pick up more pony if we come down lower. I will pick some up, pick up a little bit more. And you can see what the general range is. General range is between this top solid one here and then this lower one here. You can't tell that from this daily time frame, but it is general range between here and here, which is why I also have the numbers in here for it. So one, price loves to come back into one mainly. Here. Second is here. Didn't quite make it this time with that pivot, but this is next, and then down here at this third lower box. So I will be prepared to pick up some more if we come down in here, or potentially sell if we get up in here. All right. Excuse me. And this is another reason why I said wait. It's just going to be better if we get a 4-hour correction and stop looking so overextended from our 4-hour. So we're just waiting for that 4-hour to to not look as overextended as it looks right now. I'm just going through my charts, just trying to clear up a few things that I didn't do earlier. While we wait for Bitcoin. think I may have that all covered now. Alrighty. Yeah, altcoins are we combed through altcoins this morning, but they're also getting their correction along with Bitcoin right now. So let me try to refresh this chart again. So we're back to a lot of longs trying to jump in right now. Which essentially creates a long squeeze. All right, so let's figure out where our interest lies. I mean, there's so much liquidity throughout all of this. Preferably price holds here at the top side of dynamic cloud. But in terms of a 4-hour, let me add that in. Let's see. We mentioned here. Yeah, after getting such a strong deviation away here in that push up. These are out so far. I'm going to sink this one into the layout and see where this lies. So this is back down towards this momentum line here. There's a cluster of long orders sitting somewhere around in here as well. And a few back down here towards this level. This is solid right here though. This is what I would be looking for. And I know no one wants to hear that. And it looks like we may have put in a bear div here, which we did on the 1 hour time frame where we got this cloud cover at. And this is basically where our patience gets tested. I never looked at CME, so let's just look at that from another screen and see what we got going on there with CME. Actually, you know what? I can just do it from here. I'm gonna look at it from the 1 hour. Is that my dominance? Okay. Switch this to a 1 hour so I can see them. Yeah. So I'm basically looking at the same space. And that's back into this box right here. Yep. Oh gosh, please do not continue to do this today. Do not do this to us, please. It's just one of those days. Like we've had some good days here recently where we weren't blacking out, and now we're back to that. So yeah, CME gap here. Be looking for that to get filled. Let me put this back on our Bitcoin chart. And let me I want to see that for sure. We may actually have some data this morning. So let me take a look at that and see what we have going on. Forex calendar. Let's go for today. So we have nothing for today, but tomorrow we do. So tomorrow we're going to have core CPI. Yeah, so we got CPI data, month over month, year over year. Tomorrow. So I'm pretty sure the market is prepping for that. Let's see what we have Tuesday, which is tomorrow. Wednesday, a core PPI. PPI, so just PPI data. We have retail and unemployment claims. So busy week. Not too heavy, but we have some things on the book for this week that can give those entries, since the weekends are speculative a lot of times. So we can look for those moves on those altcoins, those pullbacks, those nice little pullbacks for entries, for better entry points and continuation to the upside. So have no fear. Have no fear. And again, in case you're not interested in sticking around, 118 to 116, this is what we're going to be looking at. Can't guarantee we get there, but that's what I'm looking at. Also have the gap there for CME. Just gotta see what this little SFP there. So a little SFP there, and then a break on that 1 hour. The SFP actually did get a back test. Just there. Back test. And then attempt to hold this low, which was no bueno. So we'll see. So far, price is not even tapped into any of the, we're shifting around here. A little bit of, liquidity pockets here. Let's see, it's probably a GP. Yeah. Golden pocket. There. So as for me, I'm going to continue to wait. I'm going to look for price to come down into here. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But that's where I'm at right now with Bitcoin, is waiting. I can see that the pizza is still developing and off of this golden pocket. Okay, so on the 5 minute, we did get a little oversold on the 5 minute. That's the 5 minute. Just more loans coming in. A little bit of a bull div here on this low, QTD. It still hasn't done much, in my opinion. Could be trying to hold support in here. The doji on the 15 minute. Ooh. Well, this doji, I didn't mean to flip this over. But this doji here on the 15-minute time frame. Squeeze on the lower end. So the 5 minute may be looking to push up higher, especially with a break above here. I guess we can just go with the break above this trend line, this demand line to the low. So there's that. I'm going to drop this so we can see a little better. XRP is starting to show a lot more strength here with it being a Monday. versus over the weekend, you really didn't see that. So that just tells me a difference in the money that's actually going into XRP over many of the other altcoins. Your bigger players who are not generally here present over the weekend. And Mondays can also be a little bit iffy, but Tuesday is like better. But it's not my money. But you can see the difference. Like over the weekend, it didn't perform as well as some of the other alts did. Some of the lower market cap alts. But today it is starting to perform better. So again, just waiting. My interest lies here, which is also in the vicinity of the CME gap here. Looking for the cool off from the 4-hour. And then a new potential long entry for Bitcoin. And if we can get some of the altcoins down as well. Analyzing near Ondo and Aptos at the moment. Those seem to be performing strongly with Bitcoin price action also. So far, no coverage here on the RSI. So another little small rejection here. Was thinking that maybe it was going to close back above this doji here, but even still, it's not a place that we want. I would want to, like, we're so here at the top, so let's try to get that cool off on that 4 hour. And again, this is from the golden pocket here. Of this low, where you're seeing this little bit of a reaction come from. Golden pocket 786 here. Still too high to really want to do anything, but so I'll just be sitting on my hand a little bit. I created a sub account. Like, I really like that Blowfin offers the sub account, because I hate to change like my entry for my long position. So to just be able to pick it up again without having to do that, without having to move my entry point. So I'm looking for a loan for my sub account. No trading over the weekend. More of a squeeze building here on the 5-minute time frame. Just looking at the RSI, which is, currently sitting in between the pocket. So that looks more like a squeeze. Still pretty gray in here. Let me see if there is a squeeze. No, we're in between standard deviation 1 and 2. Just a squeeze on the RSI right now. And this first move over here It doesn't look like a bear div or anything. I do have some underlying strength because I mean, you have a lot of people who are trying to come into the market long right now. Just I don't get it. Not here. Pile on in here, longs. Pile in here. Give market makers incentive to come down. Love it. I love it. Just got a rise out of the dynamic cloud over here. Could be looking for, yeah. That's the increase of the selling pressure here. As I was saying, got a little bit more gray in here. And so you flip up and then you commit to the long squeeze. Like we could be starting to get a curve in here. So yeah, again, just I'm personally waiting for the CME gap fill for a move back down here to the support level, potential support level, bar resistance. So as we're attempting to get this push in right here above this trend line here, you can see we're getting that push above that trend line, reclaim of that momentum line, potential drive back into here for a rejection. We are starting to put in a little bit more bear div. We have the bull div down here, of course, but we're starting to put in a little bit more bear divs since the dynamic cloud is rising. Mm, 15-minute bounce. Look back and look at the 1 hour a little bit. So one continues to hold the low here, signal line. I mean, it is a It's a breakout, not one I'm going to take. Still have the potential of coming, say we get past this low. Either we reject here or we come back up or we reject or potentially reject here. But 4 hours still holding very well. I mean, I have no questions about the 4 hour, which is why I'm waiting for it. Just a bit extended. I don't know why this pops up on my screen every now and then, but it does. This sell market or buy market tab. Sometimes TradingView is very wonky. All right, at 15 minutes looking to push. At 5 minute, looking to push back up. Again, I am not going to be taking any entries. From this point, I will wait for a potential gap fill. I understand that that may not happen, but at least cool off again on the 4 hour time frame is what I really like to see. I guess it's safe to say that that happened. I'm gonna go ahead and delete that one. Still got about an hour, 12 minutes before market opens anyway. let me see. Total two, we're looking like. So total two on the weekly time frame. One of the other indicators that I'm looking at over here on this chart. I know you guys are still looking at Bitcoin. I'm just talking through a couple of things here. So between 1.37 trillion and 1.27 trillion is the pocket that we want to stay within price action. If we start to hover below the 1.27 trillion, that we could get a small little correction on our altcoins. But other than that, I've shown you what the weekly chart looks like. When we get these nice pumps on the altcoins, and we're looking pretty good right now. We're looking really good. All right, again, just sitting here waiting to see if we can get a move back down here on Bitcoin to this this potential support zone here. We also have that CME gap, looking to fill in the CME gap. Doesn't happen, cannot guarantee that it does, but that is where my interest lies for taking a new long position on Bitcoin. Could be potentially trying to get a pushback up here. If we're not using this as a resistance level, then we'll look here and see if this is going to be a resistance level. Otherwise, we just continue to pump. But I am waiting for a 4 hour cool off. That is what I'm more interested in, a 4 hour cool off. Right now, 5 and 15 are looking to push. The 1 hour still sitting, still sitting pretty, holding the support level here at the yellow signal line there. So in terms of liquidity being taken, we actually didn't even hit any of the liquidity zones, of course. I mean, you could count this, really didn't have much. Just have a lot of loans coming into the market right now. Just a lot of loans. They'll probably try to induce some short positions to come in. I wouldn't be looking to take any shorts, not right now, but because I'm saying I wouldn't be looking to take any shorts, shorts could actually play out if you get just a small bit of shorts in, but not a lot, because a lot of shorts start to pile in. It just short squeeze. But right now, a lot of loans are in as we're getting this drop down. Just a lot of loans. So you can see the 15-minute was trying to put in this nice little bottoming structure with the doji candle, one with a little wick down here, one where they tried to push price down. So an inverse hammer candle right there. So that's what we're seeing as we get this break of this trend line here. We've only deviated. Let's see what we got. Hold on. I guess I had that up too high. I'm trying to see how much. Yeah, 1.53% down before we got there. And then what I am interested in, if we get that gap fill, be somewhere down here between a 4 and 5% correction. Sorry if this decides it wants to black out again. I'm still live. I just been getting this glitch every now and then. So about a 4 to 5% correction off of this pivot here is what I'm looking for. So basically back to where I'm not interested in this pump. I'm not interested in this level right here. But it worked because I was waiting for let me do it from a 4. Who's in here? I was waiting for a move back down to here. This is where I was interested in taking a long position at, but an additional long position here, but we didn't get there. We only did the one that I wasn't interested in. Just like I'm not interested now. Put this back to a 5 so I can focus on this 5. So at the moment, some minor resistance, a rise from the dynamic cloud, which is giving the little bit of bear divs here. Nothing here on the, well, yeah, you do have bear divs here as well from the RSI. You even have a bear div against this point here on the QTD. Which I'm not really focused too much on the bear div. I just know what the level that I'm interested in, and if we get there or not. So far, the 1 hour continues to hold. And all this purple line is here is just whenever you're in a strong move up, you tend to not get a lower candle. You tend to not make a lower low on your candles. And this is just the first point where we got one. And that, you know, that indicates a loss of momentum with this push up. And then you're looking for a cool off. That's all that is. And I like to do it at least from the 1 hour time frame or higher. You could also look at the SFP. But this is confirming. So if you're someone that tends to FOMO into positions a lot, that's a great way of looking at things. So if you were looking to short, which I don't recommend looking to short right now, but if you were someone who was seeing all of this happening, you're trying to figure out where you would take your entry at, and you're just not, I mean, just pay attention to not breaking below. Pay attention to that first. And recognize that this is a strong move up. You're not ranging, you're not going sideways when you're doing this. And just look for where that change of behavior takes place. That'll help you with the FOMO, and don't be afraid of missing out on an opportunity too. So sometimes you just miss out, but as long as you have conditions set for yourself, you'll be a far more successful trader by doing that. Yeah, so if you're someone who's not looking for that pullback into this level, I mean, we can turn around at any point. Like we're attempting here right now on the 5 and 15 minute time frame, holding this momentum line. There's really some strong confluence, in my opinion, or just yeah, some sort of strength holding here. Because this is a point where bears try to push price down further. Bulls will manage to reclaim and get the break out of this descending trend line here, this demand line here. You want to flip what's currently acting, what was support, may have flipped into some sort of resistance here. Um, so you want to flip that, and then you definitely want to come back up, and you want to be able to flip this point too, which is where the 1 hour um, indicated this room for a little bit of a cool off. And 1 hour continues to hold the support down here. A little bit of a cloud cover, so coming up could mean that, you see some sort of rejection. If you get past here, you could see some sort of rejection. Yeah, I don't like it. It's only been about a 1% cool off here. And I'd like to see it do a little bit more. And this is between a 4 to 5 here. Uh, just a better entry. me just check back in on this. Okay. So also a little bit of a wrestle here with standard deviation 1, the Bollinger. Let me look back at the 15. So you're here on the 5, and then you're here on the 15, just outside of standard deviation 1, tap dancing on it. And for me, it was this doji. House coin. And Katie coin. Let me see if I see that. So just give me a minute. Never heard of it before. I see it's on Mexi. Let me zoom out on this one first and see what I got. Nice little doji down here. I just put in another doji before. No change of structure on the weekly time frame thus far. Hold on, let me see. Just a minute. Just doing it at all intervals. Thank you. Looks like your accumulation low here. So it doesn't look good. Let me just say that. Kashan, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it really doesn't look good. It's all the way down here at standard DV. Well, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't really look all that good. It's just lower lows and continued lower lows. You haven't broken any structure just yet. You're struggling here a bit, right in here. How you keep getting these rejections in here. This seems to be your accumulation zone in here. It's between 0.009 and 0.007. Potentially a return back into this level here. I don't see a reason to want to jump on this, to be honest. I mean, you would just do exactly what you're doing right in here, potentially coming back up here into this level here. Between 1 and 2, potentially. But you're not even getting above here right now. You're not actually getting any closes above here. You're just wicking and not actually getting any closes above here. And that was what I was looking at here on your weekly time frame with this candle right here. So it's a nice doji candle in here, or indecision candle in here, and you're starting to print another indecision candle in here. So if you close the weekly with this one, then you could be looking for a closure. I mean, then you'd have to be looking for a break above this one. So you can do it based on the break from the lower time frame, but by the time the end of the week comes, if it's not a closure above here, then I wouldn't expect much from it except for a continuation to the downside. Just it doesn't look the best. So your deviation 1. Yeah. What is this? Let me see your 4-hour. You did get a nice squeeze in here, which indicated slowing of the selling in here. And so that's where you were starting to see that little move right there. I mean, you get overheated pretty quickly on this one. And I really don't see an appeal with this one, unfortunately. Yeah. You need to start with getting a change of market structure here on your 4-hour time frame. So you do have a bit of a higher low in here, but you don't have a higher high just yet. So in order to feel confident on this one, love to see a change of character. We're getting a break above one of these highs. So potentially going into next week, you could see that happen. Um, yeah, you could see that happen where you do get a change of character here on your 4-hour time frame. Just rangy right now with the higher low, but I don't find this appealing at all. And then that other one you mentioned is, let me look out first. It's doing better. It's doing better than house. It's low liquidity on these wicks. And this one's been on here since 2024. Can't say I see much. But definitely looks better than house. This has already happened. You're doing nothing right now. You are starting to, could potentially, yeah. Oof. Yeah, you could come back up here into that 17, 15. You can't easily do that, it looks like. You are starting to get a few more buyers stepping in here. Much better than that house coin again, daily. It is doing one of the same things that house was doing, where it got a momentum push up, bears push the price back down, and now you're struggling with this area right here. Now you're struggling with your lows, trying to come up. RSI looks decent enough. So I don't really see any more than that. Between here, your accumulation zone and your distribution, I don't know that you'll do anything more than that right now. I'm trying to see when the last time you were above this cloud. Never been above it. Never been above it. So if you're coming back up here to this point right here, this could be a better runner for you right here. So Katie actually does have some pretty good potential. It has some pretty good potential. So I would keep my eyes on this too, because you haven't managed to clear this yet. But if you clear here and you're coming in here, then that puts you above the dynamic cloud. You've never been there before. That's a nice change of behavior for that would be a nice change of behavior for Caddy or Kate. Yeah, Catty. So that's 10 cents to 12 cents. So I would take down that number. I mean, you can already see where your accumulation level is. Above here, you start closing above here. That's a nice look for this one. Hmm. Yeah. This one's not so bad. It's not so bad right now. Potentially another pushback down here into your accumulation zone. Then I will look to here, look for price to get a closure above this 12. If it can make that happen, you might have a runner. You might have a runner here, but that's not bad. It's pretty decent from a daily perspective. It's pretty decent. Yeah, pretty decent. Yeah. So again, a potential move back down here, and then I look for price to come back up to here. All right, Bitcoin was still tapping our resistance. All right, about 4 minutes left, or a little less than 4 minutes left here on Bitcoin. As the 1 hour continues to hold the low, support, break of the trend line, just battling this resistance here with the rising cloud, which I don't like, but you can invalidate. You can. I'm just not a fan. Not interested. Since we've already come into this, I'm going to take that off so it's not sitting in the way. We can focus on the 4 hour range, which we can see the formation within that range that Bitcoin is doing, and we've already broken out of that demand line, above that demand line there. So this little wedgie structure here inside of this range, and potential to sweep the liquidity from the high is on the table since it is a range. And if it's just a sweep of liquidity, then likely we would reject. So kind of a double top in here and then come down here for these lows. And if we come down for this low here and we do a run on this low, then we could be looking at what do you know? Down here to the box, to the gap, And on the upside, around what we have at 786. Just turn those off for now. Just off of this low. I know that stack of liquidity is in here as well. Hmm. About 25 minutes till market opens. And we are dragging. Hmm. In fact, let me Ooh, geez, Bitcoin. That is what I did. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Five-minute is quickly attempting to approach the bullish control zone. Which will give us a retest of this, retest of the lows on the 1 hour. I think that lined up with the golden pocket. Can't recall. No, golden pocket is a bit higher than that. So it must be 50%. Just take a look back over here at Coin Glass with you. And yeah, you can see we're more loans in the market right now. More loans, more limit orders for loans right now. Some nice liquidity back down in here from the weekend. Really nice liquidity back in here. I really don't understand why people are so eager to short Bitcoin. Like we were sitting in a range for quite a while, building up for this breakout, and all everyone wants to do is short at this point. It's crazy. Sorry for this blackout. I don't know if it's the restream or what it is that's causing this problem. Let me just see what this looks like against price action. And then I think that was back around the golden pocket. I need to move it down a little bit. Yeah, so that's back around the golden pocket right here. We have to drop like one candle down, one straight landing rocket back down there. Let me just delete that. Delete that. Let me just see what we're looking like on some of these other time frames a little bit here. This was based on this move here, then back test into it for the rejection, and a little bit of bear div, and this small correction. Get rid of this now. I'll come back to it. Right now, unless we start to break down here, unless we start to lose this here, this is starting to look a lot like this point over here where we got this move, but I'm still looking for this. I'm still keen on waiting for this. Looks like we had a couple of large short orders to come in there. I think the market is just waiting. So about 10 more minutes. Market open. Let's see how that affects Bitcoin price action. Right now, holding a low here on the 5. back on our alts, make sure they're still looking good. All right, give me just a minute. Okay. Just gonna put a level in here. It's a nice candle recovery for the 15-minute time frame, but it still has what, 2 minutes left on it, but that's a nice little hammer. It's still waiting. And go to Palantir, kind of see what we do. Market opens here in 1 minute. So a little bit of a gap up, and instant rejection there for Palantir. We'll see how it goes, just 1 hour. Oh, take it back. I take it back. Take it back. A nice momentum line and a little pop here. So it gapped up, filled the gap, and then continued up a bit here. All right. Let's see. That was Palantir. Sound with the gap down. While I'm waiting on Bitcoin to do its thing, Sound got the gap down. Palantir, it gapped up, it came back in, it filled that gap, and now you can see that momentum candle there, driving price. EXC, still hanging out. Tempest, trying to get a little bit of a move back up here. Coin, nice gap up on Coin. As we're looking, let me turn this off. Gap up on Coin there. Looking forward to come up here into the trend line. See how AMD did. Gap down on AMD. Look at that. The trade desk. Nice little gap up here on the trade desk. It's been a nice ride since down here with this break of the trend line here on TTD. So that's been a nice one for us. Anyone who tagged along with this one. Tesla, nice gap up on Tesla. Look at that, 320. Nice gap up on Tesla. Ooh, baby. Apple, looked like it gapped down, came back in and filled that gap almost. But gap down there, gap up on Hood. Circle, still hanging out in slumps. CNC continues to move down. Rivian with the gap down. We talked about this, already. Up. Sorry for that freeze up again. Sorry. And then our last one, Pony, just hanging out. All right, let's see if we continue to just put in this little bear dip, which also is putting in a flag formation here. So that is what we're doing here on Palantir, putting in a little bit of flag formation there. Oh, my sound. I'm good with it. I can probably officially add a little bit more here onto my sound. All right. Nice patience from everyone who jumped in on the chart with me. Nice patience on Bitcoin. Likely VWAP. Most likely VWAP. Which if it's VWAP, then we're pretty low down here. Yeah. So rolling. Let me open this up. I do want to see that. I want to see that volatility. All right, trend line. So the highs of Bitcoin right now. Drawing off of the 15-minute time frame with the red line there. So I'm just gonna wait on this. I mean, this is a pretty large candle right here. I wouldn't be rushing in on anything there. But actually, definitely where we had VWAP at is where you're getting the reaction, along with the prior highs here on Bitcoin. You can see a move back into standard deviation 2, but as long as we keep ranging in between 2 and 1, then we're still in the bearish control zone right now with the Bollinger. Even with some sort of a VWAP bounce. This candle is, oh, pardon me for yawning. It's green. It should be red, and usually when I see something like that, then there's a lot of strength coming in, and it tends to indicate some sort of a reversal point there. The same thing would go if we were like when we're outside here and we're green, and then suddenly you see a red, then there's some strength coming in from bears, and then that would shoot us down a bit more, but that was just green. So nice move there off the 5 minute for a scalp position. Still not interested, but nice move there for a scalp position. All right, let me see what we had going on over here. It's a pretty nice looking candle here after 15. All right. So no position yet for me this morning, but again, that was a nice. It's not green anymore, but you can see the buyers had a lot more strength there than bulls at that point where this was green. That is what that indicates. So Bitcoin is trying to find that strength to break above this current resistance level right now. Again, you do have this range here. You can plot this out from your 4 hour. Sorry, not that. You can plot this out from your 4 hour time frame, which is this mother bar here. As the stream will be ending soon at 10. So you can plot this out here. You can look for a sweep of liquidity at the high. You can look for a sweep of liquidity at the low, unless you just get a run on it. So if you know what a run is, you don't get an instant rejection. It would need to be based off of your 4 hour time frame and not whatever time frame you have it plotted on. So 4 hour is the key. If you ever see a closure outside of this on the 4 hour and price come back into it, that is clear weakness. And then we probably do that measured move, which is down here to where we have the CME gap, where we have the weekend liquidity sitting that market makers may want to come back for. If we ever get this cool off here, which it looks like it could come in, maybe we get that sweep first and then we start to, or a sweeper, some sort of a potential run. And then, we start to squeeze in here again, and we'll see how much of a move down it wants to give us. For the 4 hour time frame, if anything were to happen. Otherwise, the measured move, if we get a run, from this break of this range, then we'd be looking somewhere up in here around where that 786 is sitting at. And that you can see that's 126, 695. So getting closer and closer to that 130. But sorry for that blackout again. Aside from that, there's nothing else. So this range and then the CME gap, those are the two things to just really be focused on right now this morning. Once the stream ends, those are your levels. Those are your levels to be aware of, and I will continue to update on my X account, and that's at Down to Crypto TA. And the Coin King, he also retweets and shares everything because we work together. We're partners. So D as in dog, A as in apple is how it's spelled. So it's the Coin King, COINKING, and me again, Down to Crypto TA for the updates. If there's anything in here that's relevant, potential long entry, If we get it down here around where this gap is and this liquidity, if that happens, because that's the only place I'd be looking to take it from, or if we just run up and we go into that 130. Altcoins did what? Watching near, watching Undo, watching Aptos, see if we can get those entries to add those three to our leverage trades. And right now they're holding VWAP. Everything except for Apto is holding VWAP. And there she goes. Tapping the lower side of the dynamic cloud. Come up and attack those lows potentially. Are within standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band. Beautiful candle recovery eating its own tail right now. I did feel the FOMO when I saw that green down here. I felt the FOMO, but I said, nope. Nope. I just wait for my conditions to be met because I do have a long position already. But a nice scalp that could turn into something more. No doubt about that. Yep, lots of loans stepped in right there. Well, some large orders stepped in there. Let me check. What do I have in here? Okay. So negative delta, negative MACD cross here on the 1 hour time frame. But the MACD, this basically just indicates some sort of a correction for the 1 hour time frame and nothing more than that because it's so far away from zero line. That's all that is. It's a nice bull div too. Here on the 5 minute time frame, you can see it here. Nice bull div, and of course, we'd already highlighted the bullish divergence that was coming here because we're making both bearish and bullish divergence on the QTD. dominance looking like today? Saw it earlier, so it continues to be down, which is a nice thing. See some news up here. Look at that. Bernstein expects long and exhausting crypto bull market with Bitcoin to hit 200,000 by early 2026. I hate when they do this. Another all-time high. I'm still working on the first one. The initial break of the all-time high is all we have to say. Like, that's it. That's it. Okay. Interesting. In the current state, we would put in some bearish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. But again, like I said, we either blast through here, we double top, we sweep this liquidity at the top side of the range, and then we come back down and we look to take the liquidity from the low and possibly proceed here to the CME gap, this area right here. That's the scenario I would like to see. And I'm going to say that one more time. The scenario I would like to see is Bitcoin price come up, sweep this liquidity here, come back down, take out the liquidity at the low of the range, and continue down here to the CME gap for a long entry to continue this move higher. That's the scenario I would like to see. The second scenario is Bitcoin comes back up to the top side of the range. It does a run on the liquidity here at the top side, and it comes up here around the 786, possibly even, somewhere around the 786 for a rejection. Back down, not looking for it to come back inside of the range at that point. Or if it does, not looking for it to take out that low and then continue up. And then the third one, which I don't mind either, is we come down here and we do a run on this low. I don't want to do a sweep and miss and not come down here for the CME gap. But that is an option too. I like for us to do a run on this liquidity down here at the bottom of the range and come into the CME gap. So I guess I'd say one of those four. But everything is around this range here that we're still in right now. So everything is around this. And then on that daily, I don't know if you really paid attention to that today. I mean, we're very, very high here. Why isn't this showing color? Probably I need to pull. No, that's correct. There it is. Just had to refresh it. So in the clouds, very in the clouds. We would want to stay in between standard deviation 1 and 2. So want to stay within that 115 if we do get this move down on Bitcoin. It probably wouldn't eat this candle up today. That would look really bearish. Bitcoin was to come down and eat this candle up today. So I guess I do have to be mindful of that, because that was the same thing I was doing for the entry that I wanted, was they would have to eat this candle. This candle will have to eat its own tail on the daily, and they may not be prepared to do that. They just may not be prepared for that. But it's a full day to get this drop and then reclaim this candle. But I don't know that they would want to do it. So yeah, would look extremely bearish for Bitcoin to do that. Let me just see what that looks like. So that looks like this point in this candle. Is that like a 50%? No. Yeah, that's about a 50% retracement. A little lower at the low of this range, but 50% reclaim of this candle. We got the red candle here, but we didn't get the drop. We got a little bit of a drop, but we got that instead. So we just flagged out off of that red candle there. I would expect that correction. I would expect for this CME gap to get filled. It's just a matter of when, not if. Because this looks so, I'm going to come down and fill that CME gap. Money flow, the DTI RSI looks nice. I mean, it's not a reversal. It's just a small move down. That's it. It's just a small correction. All right. So I've shared the scenarios, what I think would happen. Just use this range as your guide on what we're going to do here. And I will keep you posted on my X account throughout the day. I appreciate everyone who stopped in today to check me out, to see what I had going on here on the charts. Sorry I didn't see a good entry for anyone to want to get into, even though I don't give financial advice. I do want to, I do want us to all make money, get rich, all that good stuff. But I will see you 5 o'clock in the morning. Be sure you follow me down to Crypto TA. Be sure you follow the Coin King, DACOINKING. And happy trading.